All right. My fault. I went to the bathroom. And my fault. I'm an hour late. I know. I was watching something. It just ended not too long ago, so. But now we're on the last episode, bruh. Figure out what the fuck's going on around here, bruh. Why was Athena's fingerprints on the lighter? What the hell is going on? I love Athena's theme. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Hopefully y'all fellas are doing well, man. Maybe some agua. It's not too hot today. The heat has definitely turned down a little bit, but it's still. I'm still kind of sweating. I already got 50 hours in this game, and I haven't even played the third one yet. Probably gonna end around the same time as the first trilogy. All right, excited to play this fucking game for a while. Late. I know I was late, bruh. Brudge. What? I wasn't taking a nap. I was watching something. It just ended not too long ago. Where have you been, miss? I just said I was watching something, guys. I'm sorry. We're here now, though. It's time, bro. And look! I get more than enough time on this. Can't stand a motherfucker named Sue, bro. Give me a sub for being late? Hell nah. I need to save money, bro. Turnabout for tomorrow. Fuck you, buddy. So yeah, we got left off on a cliffhanger in episode 4. Talking about Athena's fingerprints somehow were on the killer's decisive evidence. Let's fucking do it, bro. There was a letter. No one can escape their past. Oh, is this gonna be with? Oh shit. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. That's Simon. No matter how far we run, our past remains. As ever present as the moon in the sky. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on and hope towards tomorrow. Jesus. So it seems like Simon must have killed someone Athena loves or something. I don't know if it's her parents. I don't remember if she said her parents died. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Aw. Now it's lonely. Except for Trucy. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty too. I just don't get it, Daddy. Out of all your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe it was. At least based on what we know. But now Athena is the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and the murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center. The lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant Solomon Starbuck innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Where's my flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. Trial's tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I'd better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go, then. We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence. Great! But before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Okay, so we still got all this stuff. It's probably the robots, bro. 100% the robots. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic scooter, full speed ahead. And he's gone. Director, he scooted away. His expression changed for the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. You were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep. I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, it sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's got to be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. You can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Paula's a fine boss to look up to. Hey, what's good, Harp? She guilty, motherfucker. Nuh-uh, bruh. No, you're guilty, Gorilla. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was going to be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Excuse me. Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he going to be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murder? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a 10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much, man. I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. You know, Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they tried to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure. Just let me have my print scanned here. Do the launch pads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. Oh shit. But these days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Yeah, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Nice. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't you come along? I can show you around. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoe. There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. Well, I don't know. Oh, excuse me. If they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes, wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. So this is not one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your fingerprints either? That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their fingerprints. When they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into the boarding lounge too. Well, I don't see anything else here that jumps out at me. I imagine this corridor is built exactly like Launchpad 1 corridor. Of course I got the DP, bro. course. See what I can get out of him. Coffee, W. Do you put anything in your coffee or no? Or he's trying everything just in case. There we go. I'm a very sweet coffee person. I can drink it black if I need to, but I prefer creamer and such. Same. Yeah, I can't do black coffee. I don't like it. Curse the wretched soul who sullied my good name. Reverse course at full speed away. Threat the cosmos, wait. And he's gone. What? Come on, gorilla. I'll handle this. I'll handle this, daddy. Take that. The mobility system has been compromised. Trucy's knife, though, is a direct hit on one of his tires. And the streak continues. Maybe we should have kept a closer watch on what trick she's been practicing. My dear old battleship. We fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Yeah, he's going to blow that thing up. Nah, I bet all that button will do is make it go haywire again. Very well. I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, use your right to remain silent about the research as to why. Oh, hey, Otaku man. Have you passed it? Center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. What? Not your fucking Cyclops, bro. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I have to undo his Cyclops if I want to go get to the bottom of this. Nice.
Take that!
Alright, buddy, what's going on? I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see. Where to start? Thanks to you switching the launch pad, the astronauts escaped for injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the space museum. You figured out you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he'd been drugged with his medication, but Without the help of this person, it would be impossible to pull your plan off.
Take that!
You must have got with Mr. Taryn to help you. Huh. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then when Mr. Starbucket had dazed, they boarded the replica rock in the museum. How is he able to spin around like that? I said we popped his tire, bruh. If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? I guess you might have found a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. Well, how'd you know to switch the paths in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronaut's safety. But it was just a warning. It could have been a prank. Why'd you believe it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Mediums? Maya? Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advancement communication system, you see? AKA a regular old telephone. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said, "It's been a while?" And that was enough to make you take that threat seriously? Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. The Hat One Miracle. That epic story of survival. So someone out here really wants Starbuck dead. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank. Did anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hat One Miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage, murder. So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One Miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, and that case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago? Supposed to be the Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Wait, what? You talking about Blackwell?
Take that!
Oh! Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. And whoever one of Athena's loved ones died worked here and was killed. I think that's why she was so hesitant to come here. So you thought that he committed both crimes? But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. How do you keep seeing straight through me? Interesting. The real question is, who's this real killer? Maybe that's why, maybe, it's the, same... What was I gonna say? Simon's, sister is working here to try and catch the real culprit, maybe. Hi, Wavy. Wavy, I appreciate the 29 months, bro. W. Thank you, thank you. W, 29 months. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. The sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. Please. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads... Oh, shit. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the starship entered outer space, then the trouble began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. That's a cool song. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Wow. I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. All that, despite the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personnel effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. Could even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? A withered old leaf, you say? I think we saw one of those. At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't even know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. A spy? You mean someone who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions and always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not at all surprising that a spy could be behind it all. The Martian on the right is the metal slug variant, huh? I guess, Gorilla. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of a sabotage. The same MO as this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? There's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. And then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? Mo fucking Joel, bruh. But then 7 years later, the same MO advanced warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 70 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I merely thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. What the fuck? It was quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. What a coincidence. That was worthless, too. Gotta talk about how worthless y'all are? Come on, bro. That way, the astronauts would go from the boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then I put a closed repairs sign at the door to Launchpad 1 in the boarding lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors wouldn't enter, right? Else, right? What else did you do? Oh, excuse me, bruh. I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Taryn. Well, you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? He'd already been through enough, and he's not good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... Clay's murder, huh? After the culprit made their escape, I switched the Launchpad's bag. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Turan is dead and the hat too is destroyed. The Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, was also lost in the blast. My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for. Wait, what do you mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? Oh, excuse me. You sit up. I'll be president in 60 years? Hell no. I thought the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Taryn. And had just been brought back with the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. Capsule was being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. I gave it to Taryn before the incident so it wouldn't be destroying the explosion. The idea was that with it safely in Turan's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway. But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You must understand, the Launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was in there at the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. Oh, wow. Yeah, another casualty of the blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship, a tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I'll use this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launch pad switch. Just a few select members who know about the plan, or who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. Culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion. And planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think that the same spies behind this incident in the 170 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. That this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell's been chasing. People get dumber by the fucking year, Goose. My chances are skyrocketing. But in 60 years... The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very Space Center, too. So we can find this Phantom. That's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell. That's it.
What about him? Well, if he the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as the wait, my fault. I fucked up. Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. Oh. Fuck you, fool, bro. You leave fool bro alone, bro. It's all over for me. It's been World War. I'm done for. The center of Cosmos is doomed. Do you think he's going to be all right, Daddy? Well, at least he'll be in a good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 missions, too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. Enlightenment. Excuse me. I'm sure he'll just stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? Actually, I might be able to launch the nukes by 2077, just as God intended. Yeah, Gorilla. Sure, man. Whatever floats your boat. Oh, wow. Look at that photo of the team. We don't know who this girl on the right is. There's Clay, Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aurora Blackwell, and even Ponko. But I've never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article, too. Holy shit. Hat 1 launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only nature. It doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Hey, take a look at that jacket. Must be the Hat 1 team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it just says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hello? Juniper? Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard Athena got arrested, so... I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. I mean the Cosmos Space Station? What, you didn't know? She used to live here. What? When she was a little girl. Okay, maybe I thought like she would like visit. But live? She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? To Australia I go. Those fuckers gonna press it before me. In 52 years, people born literally today will be eligible for president. I don't know if there'll be nukes to launch. That bitch was a lying motherfucker, bro. What? Oh! Leave Athena alone, bruh. Hold on, give me a second. Give me like 1 second, fellas. back. W0. 1? Come on, bruh. Don't do that to me.
Nah, she withheld evidence. Jiro would be the good detective right now, but you got me, motherfucker. Who withheld evidence? Who?
Got water on my nose. Alright. Dina's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. What the fuck? Throw my mouse. Okay. But why a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Theta lived here too. Oh, so was that her mom on the right? So it was far from Athena's first time here. That must be her mom on the right. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Dina's mom, in the robotics lab, she was murdered. Ah, there it is.
What? What? Yeah, L Mom. L Gorilla, bro.
Much smaller honkers. Do we have that in the court record? The picture? She's got like the samurai thing going on too. After it happened, Tina stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during the Professor Quartz case? That's right. And I was so surprised. She was a completely different person. So cheerful and happy.
You think Simon was into her? Motherfucking no.
What was Athena like as a child? Black was like 10 years older than her. Motherfucker, no. Sit. She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. Must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. Aww. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Huh? I wonder what kind of research it was. Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being at school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. Brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother's played a big role in here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy, show her that picture. Atta girl, good idea. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Oh, look! There's Tina's mom. Yeah, there she is. The one on the far right and the one in the kimono, that's Dr. Metis Sykes. Athena's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as I suspected. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean the crime Prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of? Is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for your help, Miss Woods. For all your help, Miss Woods. And please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it in all before the day is through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over.
Oh yeah, her robot necklace. Yep. Widget.
Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted tonight. The one behind the courtroom bombing incident? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about the case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over. I had to come right over to hear more. Incredible. What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. I love Fulbright. Fucking guy, bro. Here comes the bomber now. Ah, you motherfucker. Yeah, look at you, bro. You! What nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you, punk. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence, no. Question, okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. But just answer me this, Mr. Tonight. What is the truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed the detective arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. But that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any psych locks. So I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. You can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, you've laid it all out piece by piece. Oh, look at all the beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch has been activated. Found boarding lounge 1 and detonated in courtroom number 4. Fragments are being analyzed. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. You going to see Athena now? That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. Bye, Fulbright. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. After we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the space station. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. All right, sounds like a plan. What a whack-ass room, bro. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly 1 floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with the robots. Daddy, look! Over there! Oh, that's Aura. Isn't it? Oh, it's Apollo. So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell. I wonder what they're talking about. Well, well. Come to spoil our fun? Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. What do we do? Why is he pissed at us? If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I bet you did it. I bet you did all this. They were gonna go at it. Yo, bruh. I heard Apollo's about to get some. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of our director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed. They all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her. I suppose you're going to defend the princess at court, am I right? The princess, huh? Guess you're talking about Athena. Of course, Athena's innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know? If it's true, it's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? All his laughing was warning me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Taryn, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Taryn? Well, that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Taryn, how are your injuries? How are your injuries? I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her, too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk, In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo, come on, hunk of junk, you tell the story. But Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Not him hyped up on juice again. Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. Yikes, I don't watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Klonko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Metis Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. Mommy, Bendy. So, what we found out so far, Bendy, is that this lady here on the right is Athena's mother. Athena used to live at the space station. So this is Athena's mother that got killed 7 years ago, which they framed Simon Blackwell for. So it's pretty much all kind of connecting now. Don't go back to stealing shit, right? Literally. Hi, Betty. Yeah, this is her mother, Metis. She was a researcher here. And now the two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left? Is she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creation together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shot, hunk of junk. Clanco and Ponko. Clanco is an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain. I can always repair his body. Besides, the hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. Those bodies are really just peripherals. So I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. Why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's going to find who killed Dr. Sykes, too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is? Yeah, it's Prosecutor Blackwell. Or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. That's exactly what I'd like to hear. That's why I'd like to hear your side of it to help me better. To help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give him an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-to-student relationship, he treated her more like a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. Even got along well with that miserable little princess. What do you call Athena the princess anyway? Morals are for shit-eaters. You're a shit-eater. Well, she is Metis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her, besides. Doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now, because she's a bitch to her. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you can just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. Oh, she looks pissed. We're not the police, so we don't have one. And get out, now. Clocko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Orla. Ouch! Don't push. My apologies. I'm just following orders. Damn. What about Apollo? Did Apollo not get pushed out? Not true. I'm an ass eater. Man, what? So you're eating where the shit came out of. Gorilla. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman. What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. Why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I want to keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright's probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office, alone. Sigh. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. Poor Felix. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. Maya, per se? Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's the letter doing there? What's the letter doing here? Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. Maya!
Why are you just calling her she, you motherfucker? I don't know. I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been real. That must have really been something. Although, weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling a little down and needed a lift. Maya! It's been a while since we saw her. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclops, Maya is the one who gave it to me. And I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick? Ah! Pearl! Oh, it's you, Pearls! She looks all grown up, bruh. Pearls looks all grown up. Well, maybe not all grown up, but she definitely looks a lot older. How have you been, Mr. Nick? Maya! Pearls! They're back! Well, Pearl is back. Maya just wrote us a letter. Pearls! Deceased, Deb. Why her eyes look like that, bro? How you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Fey, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin who is also a spirit medium. A very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on the details than Maya. What's up, Jiro? Do you need an explanation on what's going on right now?
Since I started, at least. I forgot he's called Nick.
Yeah, for some reason. Maya likes to call him Nick. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Go beat some people up. Did you read the postscripts on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah. Here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Pearlie said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls. Thanks to these two. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm going to help whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. With the trial still going on, they must be holding him down at the detention center. Thanks, Pearls. Bro, it's like the area's fine, bro. But get this fuck-ass spaghetti out of here, dog.
Pissing me off. Yes. Haven't been able to watch the VOD.
Ooh. Haven't been able to watch the VOD. Sheesh. Long story short, Apollo's best friend was killed. So he's off on his own, doing his own little mission to try to find out who killed him. We went through the trial. We found pretty much the decisive evidence to point out the killer. We don't know who the killer is. We got the fingerprints back. It was found to be Athena's fingerprints. So Athena's locked up right now. There was a case 7 years ago that also happened at the space station. Athena's mom died, and they blamed Prosecutor Blackwell for it. And they just think both of these are connected, along with the courtroom bombing. Like, because it's been 3 bombings, so all these bombings have probably been done by the same person. So it's pretty much we're trying to find out who it is right now. Long short of it.
Apollo is a fucking Aura Blackwell.
Yeah, what he said. Yeah, the stupid ass floating fork, bro. Get that shit out of here. Probably fucking 3 bombs. Cause the incident 7 years ago. Cause our first defendant in the case, like when the courtroom was bombed, the case was about a bombing that happened, and then there was a bombing 7 years ago that nobody died from, but Athena's mother was killed, and they thought it was Simon Blackwell. Yes, I mean the one in the first case. Yes, I mean the one in the first case. So we think all 3 bombings are connected. Well, we don't know who yet. We have no idea who. Pearls. Well, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. Blackwell! I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. And what's the third? The one that killed Apollo's best friend. There was a couple of bombs that went off, but he got stabbed to death. But there was bombs also. When there's no tomorrow, what is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. All right, fine. I see you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. Ugh. Poor Fulbright. He's got to deal with this BS. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono. It looks like Fulbright saved your case in the court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. You bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the thing to do. It was a just thing to do. But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do, too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you, right, Dono? This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into this case from 7 years ago. You're looking for someone you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain! Where'd you hear that? Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely positively blade-proof, right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single Oops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in this current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk? The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes Dono's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. Here he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know?
I fucking love Blackwell, bro. He has shot up in my rankings. So Athena was accused during a court session.
So pretty much what happened is that our defendant Starbuck was, the verdict came out as not guilty. But because Fulbright came in at like the last second, kind of like what Gumshoe did with that piece of evidence when Maya was kidnapped. He came in at the last second, showed the evidence. It wasn't our defendant. So the judge was like, not guilty. And then everybody was asking Fulbright. It's like, okay, if it's not him, whose fingerprints is it? He didn't look. So they did it straight in court, and they found out it was Athena's after the verdict was called. So. Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Oh my god, all these fucking incidents, bro. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like you if your red, Mr. Lawyer, were to kill you. If you're red, Mr. Lawyer. I don't want to think about that one. There were two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. Two pieces of evidence? Huh. What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used his corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me the footage? Oh, sorry. I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. What was the second piece of evidence? This one is more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. That's not really a photo of the moment of the crime, bro. See? There he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. It was the victims kept on a display in a room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. But who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the HAL 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom from 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes. I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. What'd you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me, you didn't hear a thing. Damn, execution date. So he was given the death sentence? Yes. He told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense in hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow! What? What? Tomorrow? No. Enough for today. Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. Jeez. What if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell will be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision? I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative? When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. Can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding. That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some kind of big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots. The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've holed themselves up in the Space Center and taken the visitors hostage. They did what? No, Trucy. Oh, shit. We'll have to get over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle.
What the fuck is going on, bruh?
Jesus Christ.
100% orders doing.
It's gotta be, right?
It's gotta be. That crazy bitch.
The riot police are here. Then the robots are actually holding people hostage? Look, Mr. Lord, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? But I was only trying to help this nice person that said she was lost. You robots have declared a war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it. You never know what it'll do. Was that Klonko? But he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people. What's going on here? Pearls! Oh my god, not Pearls! Oh, Mr. Nick! There you are. I heard the terrible news. I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Klonko seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry. When people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I error? Uh-oh. There is something wrong with him. Oh. It looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Klonko? Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. The robots are rebelling! Everybody run! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you, hostage number 1, come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Klonko's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No, Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. A researcher is the one behind it. She's here. Ooh. This girl talks too much. Trucy, Trucy, talk to me. Oh, not Trucy, dog. Why are they doing this? Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now hold on just a moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait! Mr. Lawyer!
Bro, what is happening?
I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea, but this hostage taker, could it be? If you don't bring me that little princess... There it is. I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. You literally just outed yourself. Princess? Hunk of Junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I could use as a bargaining chip. Miss Hostage Takeover, Athena's not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. All right, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who's the real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same one as the one case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going on to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make the demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will? And I guess I could be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now follow Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way. We're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait. I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pearls. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Retrial. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. We can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the courtroom was like, what the worm was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright? Ah! It's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. More importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? There he is! Yeah! Let's go! Edgy boy! Edgy boy!
I trust you've been well, right?
Oh shit! Edgy boy! W's. Edgeworth! What are you doing here? Wait, hold on, I need to hear his theme real quick. Do it, do it. Nice. This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times, back when he was a prosecutor, but now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Oh, I love this song, bruh. Do 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 do. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks. I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychology Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Oh, Jesus. What a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. I also have the autopsy report for you. Stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. Oh shit. The police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. A few years after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him, too. The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know, the part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle.
Ooh, where's me chop? Chop on who? Who are you chopping? Bro, all you said was chop his balls. What the hell are you talking about? Joel, now I guess. All right, Joel, I guess we'll see you in 10 minutes, man. I didn't know who you were talking about, bro. My fault.
Sorry, Joel.
Coolio, you got... Oh, it's supposed to be for Coolio? You should have just said so.
Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you could prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we could stay the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. My man! Thanks, Edgeworth. And all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together.
The dark era of law part. True. My bad, you weren't paying attention to chat before you would have known.
You're right, Ma. That's my bad, bro. My fault.
I definitely was not paying attention to chat. That's my fault. My fault.
What's this? Looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I'll cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judgetron, JTO2. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there, too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo.
I fall asleep. I don't think you said that, but.
Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy? I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. It's about as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearl. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? They were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me. How about having a nice cup of coffee, bruh? Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag, but how'd you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he?
Hot coffee.
I'm a big iced coffee guy now. I won't lie. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could probably even both fit into the biggest one. I know we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth post us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. What's this? Giant robot arm, maybe? Pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think the thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. There's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor, too. So we're trying to build some kind of weapon of mass destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something.
Oh no, hot coffee is euphemism for sex. Oh.
I didn't know that.
Look at that, the more you know. I need hot coffee right now, so fucking cold.
You need sex? I think Jiro needs sex. I like my coffee black. Nice big meat. I can picture her gleeful tearing. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street, doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. I don't know what that means, but I agree. I don't know what that means either. You don't have to explain yourself. But sure, man. Whatever boats your float, dog. Mommy milkers and sweet personality. Yeah, what he said. I like that better. Oh, look, it's a little robot. I wonder what it does. Cleaning, maybe? Cleaning robot must follow a human's orders as long as it causes no human harm. Yikes, it talks. I guess slack off and cut some corners aren't in his vocabulary bag. Or his desk is a mess, though. That doesn't surprise me. Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten him up. Wait, before you do. It's Betty Sykes. Clarko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman.
What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was
Confused. Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura.
with the loss. She exhibited a severe
Cataclymine imbalance.
excuse me, but I have no idea what that means.
Pardon me.
Searching for alternate expression.
She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored.
And then little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. Before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh?
That murder destroyed so many lives.
Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Seitz and Miss Blackwell's research. Ponko and Klonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Seitz created. Ponko series features. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to be? Kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Wow, I have... Oh, I was gonna say, like, I have nothing, bruh. One at 3 p.m., October 7th.
It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too.
Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim body laying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch the. Oopsie. Hey, it's moving. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. She made a whole new robot. Do I have to wait for it? Oh, there it goes. Emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. As Miss Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been the scarier, that or looking down. Well, I guess that's about it for this room.
So what do you think, right? Any ideas?
There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep. He called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Did he? So that was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back. Oh, interesting. Yep, the Blackwell case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. Oh, so Edgy pulled some strings for us. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered into the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Aw, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries. Wait. I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. We're going to end the dark age of the law. That is what this is all about. The dark age of the law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and the papers. I hear there are more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean... That's right, he's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those two cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicious forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other. Oh shit, my fault. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They're starting to lie to they start lying to themselves and each other. Pursue the truth together. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. Yeah, sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court and system and can manipulate robots. Can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. Straight up kill her, dog.
Bro wanted to kill Athena.
My fault. Man wanted to kill Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages. I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me, too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. And this isn't an official trial. I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in the court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. W. Edgeworth, man.
Where was Edgeworth the whole time?
I think he was because he was training abroad, I think. And now he's chief prosecutor. He's been chief prosecutor for about a year from this point. Before that, I mean, there was a couple games. I don't know if his games correlate in between like the years where he was disappeared and stuff, but I don't know. I want to play the Edgeworth games at some point though.
There's like 3 of them. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago.
But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright. And Pearly, too. I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant. And because you're my friend and I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh. So you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's all right, but there's some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Cyclops, bro. 20 Cyclops. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. in the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. It must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that.
Training abroad? Training her to do what? Training abroad means fucking all around the world. Get your shit straight. I think he knows that, bro. Gorilla. There's a thing called sarcasm, you fuck. I promise I won't tell a lie. 35 Cyclops appear. I see! Of course! Can't just make it easy on me, huh, Athena? Yeah.
This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo, the one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. The jacket on display? That was Dr. Sykes? But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get such a traumatic experience. Is it her jacket? She don't wear jackets like that, do she? Where's the picture, Doug? Oh, she does. Okay. The second I saw the jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. But I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. You got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave? How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into a boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy, because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means, what if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people emotions by their tone of their voice and my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that, trudging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, this Wood said something about you always wearing headphones? She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every day until every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much, but she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only thing my mother left me with our widget and this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's what I want to believe, too. I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. bendy sage. So yeah, all the... And guess who's back? Edgy boy. Paper she found in the robotics room. Oh, the Ponko series. He must have gone to the robotics lab. He seemed to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew around them, you know. I grew up around them, you know. Oh, there's some of the cute little robots in this photo, too. See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like "Get well soon, Ponko." Aw. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like it looked just like magic to me what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yes, a little. And this person has even taken hostages? I guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent, I just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes. He used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her, and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. I was a fool. How can anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. Silence. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl, small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed close up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize I had to fight and couldn't give up. I experienced hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Why you became a lawyer? Pearls is 17. Holy fuck, bruh. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. Doesn't seem like Athena knows. That Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I want to do it so bad, even now. I want to fly out here and go save him. I want to fly out of here and go save him. Someone's got to tell him, bro. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What'd he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. Don't lie to her if I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Fulbright! I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble. All right, here we fucking go. Nugget. Looking. Can I help you? Need something? She looked tiny as fuck for a 17-year-old. I thought Athena was like early 20s. No, Athena's 18. Maybe in this game she's a little bit older. Oh, no, she's 18. Apollo's 23. Trucy's 16. Juniper's 18. Fulbright's only 33. That's not bad. 27. 62. You're you old fuck. 37. Deceased. Oh, God. Edgeworth is 34. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh, no. This is an emergency. Oh, it's time to use the broken down one. It's very difficult to interrupt the trial once it's underway. My phone! It's from Trucy. Hold on, bro. I haven't heard the Steel Samurai theme in so long, Doug. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait. We still have a little more time. Besides, all the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want. You won't get more time. Your daughter is first. Jesus! The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her. There has to be something I could do. Yeah, the cruelest injustice is about to befall us. It's time to use the broken down courtroom. No, this can't be happening. Mystic Maya, help us. Wait a minute. Maya? First I know you're holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. A courtroom. Blew up. That's it. There's a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Yeah, hold it. Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. Yeah, dumb bitch. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. Jeez. We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick. I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention, it's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. Dog, did she really think she killed her own mother? Come on, bro. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? Oh, shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck! No way. It can't be true. Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see I see 5 black Cyclops. I've seen these kind of locks before. Who were they on? Oh, they were on Gavin. No, not Gavin. They're Gavin's mother. Dark black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. No way to remove them. That's cool. What, bro? Wow. This trial. Whew. This game, Dual Destinies, is fire, bro. This is going batshit. I don't like the way you say black, Nick. Black? Come on, Coolio. Poor Athena. Yeah, bro, she's getting washed, bro. And Apollo thinks she's did it too. Like, what the fuck, Apollo? How we feeling, Goo Man? I'm feeling pretty good, Razor. How you doing, homie? I gotta go piss. And I gotta grab some more water. Boom, boom. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go piss real quick and grab some water. I'll be right back, fellas. Yeah. Don't move a muscle.
Alright, fellas, I'm back. Alright. Whoa, what's going on? Fellas, slow down, fellas! Slow down! You can piss in the courtroom, shit your ass down. Nope. Nope. Same old, I can't complain. Same old, same old. Slow down, motherfuckers, damn! Not gonna hurt yourself, man.
Anybody want an ice cream sandwich on this warm day?
I'm here! My mic is not muted.
I can look at it.
Me?
I got you, Stanley. I'll go get you one.
You wash my hands? Just the fuck I did.
Alright, come on. I looked into those special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red psych lock protects the secret a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person falls under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep. That's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black psych lock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of. So even they don't know it's there? Athena's trying to keep anything from you on isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the psych locks. According to my research, a black psych lock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it can cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good.
Uh-oh.
Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. Aww. And you can't do that if I'm there? I'll just hold you back? No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena.
You're the only one who could do it, Pearls. Pearls.
Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. Time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. So yeah, this is pretty much all going back to when Phoenix also lost his attorney badge. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Damn! Smashed to bits, dog. Hey, hi, Judge! Court, or some facsimile thereof, is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. All rise. This is not a facsimile, old man. It's a proper official trial. Take it more seriously, or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Okay, so we're throwing Athena into jail after this, right? For, kidnapping Drusi? Fake simile? Facsimile? Or still a bad bitch, though. She's a crazy bitch. Please try not to upset Miss Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Edgeworth! This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What'd you say? Edward! Did you not hear what I just said to His Honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind the case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and the glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes in the court of the murder in the first degree. Here we go. I can eat my ice cream sandwich in peace.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
The judge's face there look a little funny, bro. This immense tension between us. It's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena's innocent. Was the show any good? I never watched the show. I probably will watching the show at some point here. Actually, I might do that on my day off. I haven't watched it, but I want to. I just didn't want to spoil myself on nothing. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So, do you have any clues? Okay. Spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it in myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here simply as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was just joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. I haven't heard much people talk about it much. I hear more about the fan animation. The fan animations are so fucking funny, dog. I don't know if you've ever seen any of them. Oh, they're so good. The victim psychologist, Metis Sykes, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athena's mother. Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. 1, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And 2, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It appears that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of the kind. This opening statement is over. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be too good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court's puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness. A witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness, anyways? Is it Aura? Fulbright! Ball be Fulbright's the name, and justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy with confining and threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Klonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. I have Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Simon isn't the murderer. He wasn't trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time and that they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using to hide someone inside. That's why. The only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. Totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for the traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases of all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought the prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that, too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. You can see why the footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. Very convincing, that's for sure. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in Sykes' family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. And there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. If he was really out to steal the moon rock, why the rolling case? What do we got here?
Hold it!
We gotta get through this first. Pretty much the person who killed Clay is like the reason why Athena's mother died. This bombing of this court and
who killed Clay. It's pretty much like some very dark underlying thing.
We're pretty much all trying to connect them. So Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone? Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine, I expected no less. Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going. I'm probably not going to be able to press anything because it's not even her talking.
Objection!
No, Miss Blackwell had proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why did you say so in the first place?
Objection!
Oh my god. You're the one who screamed to hold it! And cut me off! Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on.
Hold it!
This rolling case. I suppose you mean this one? That existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it? But was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Yeah, that's the one, and Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion for these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now? So why the rolling case?
Hold it!
It was Dio. How do you propose he hit a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we just saw such a thing only the other day? At your own daughter's magic show? She fit a grown person into a small box. Oh, yeah. Way to ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. Yeah, my apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again?
Hold it!
Well, that's nothing more than a conjecture. It's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? The sword?
I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
But that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in that case? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. They're just telling us to bluff. We're bluffing, Doug. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. I'd be very interested in hearing your theory, if it's true, that is. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? Okay, never mind. The sword was there. The robot arm.
Take that!
Please notice that there was a robot part on top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, that part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which... What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy.
What happened to the age of free previews?
Your Honor, about this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot arm. But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that just looks just like this one here. Your Honor, it is the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in this case. What?
Objection!
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Yes, it looked like the arm of one of the before us,
But could it be something else entirely?
besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I know for a fact that it's a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it is belonged to by just looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot arm this belongs to.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Ponko. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought the machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. Reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrap around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I can see that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They've got me there. So then Prosecutor Blackwell make a Ponko fit in the case by dismantling her. Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash, push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? That sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion of it as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. The joints are made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It's instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transpired inside that case was not the defendant but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. My head! My head! My body! Where am I? It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder. And I'll admit, I repaired her myself afterward. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I could see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright? What's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion of that... The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I've been on a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth? It's been one step ahead of me this whole time. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body as if it were holding as if he were holding something or someone. That's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. Bloodstain? Well, a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there was only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the bloodstains to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood spatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted on Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. A most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by a splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we've also known that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no. But you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No. I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Very well. I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. I'm about to fucking interrogate a robot. Look at Ponko, bruh. Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko. Yes, I realize that. When you were at the witness stand, you are the witness. No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. What an utterly inflexible little robot. You're the last person you should be calling anybody inflexible. You remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. All right, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Miss Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October, around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly. Just one moment. I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. He got a walkie-talkie. Who? The judge seems really... the judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? I went to the robotics lab about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There was no data after that point. Well, sadly, the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that the witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So, what are you suggesting? The witness's statement needs to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes. What this witness's statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with a murder weapon during this moment. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes. Did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena's usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it sounds like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory. You may as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. Cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and a valuable evidence at the same time. Hold on. Sorry. Excuse me. What's up, JT? Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. You bet I've been weathering the waves. Me too, man. I haven't played it as much as I want to, but I have played it a little bit. W's. I've been good. Select the funny man later today. W funny man. Yeah, the selector thing's kind of cool. I like that.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge. What is that exactly? I have to refill my battery's power, or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that. What if, Julius? What if what, Bendy? You got a theory? Save Japanese VA? Oh, that's a W. WVA. So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of the murder? That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edward took to mean to stab her with a weapon. He said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her, is that right? Yes. They were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell. Even though they were speaking so loudly? I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. If I listened to every voice, it'd be little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? What? When she got rebuilt, Aura messed with her memory. Maybe, Bendy, maybe. That's not a bad idea. Could have just fucked with her memory.
Made it sound like Athena killed her. Excuse me.
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared to act and acted at this moment? Bobby Bennett was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment. There wouldn't be no heartbeat. Ponko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot has decided to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it did appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. She fell by the window. It was the round one. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about the table that to the right of where that giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like to add it to her testimony. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Okay, Judge.
I know what you did. What I do, Waddles? What? What?
Don't stare at me, bruh.
Hold it!
Let's see. There are two round windows in the robotics lab. Which one do you mean? The one on the right, near the hanging scroll. The hanging scroll is Mommy Menace's prized possession. Okay. In the pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there is definitely a hanging scroll on a Japanese theater mask hanging on the workbench side wall. But is there some problem with this statement?
Objection!
Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful. Hooray! I'm so happy. Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workside bench of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. Whew, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Can I help you, Edgeworth? Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Ryan on anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it move for her. move forward, but Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes are the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. You can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Now, who did you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, let me ask you one question. My name is Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes. Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to. But why did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is. That paper on the label did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit. Oh, excuse me. Or uniform jacket ID tag, it said. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify when it moved. My name is Ponko. But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you can tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, right? If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab. The only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was just simply another object.
Objection!
Ponko was equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes, but she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth and a mask or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot friends. Common rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled. Yeah, Athena tried to heal her mother. Oh boy. That's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that can make robots appear or disappear in seconds. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It just looked like a magic to me, what she could do. You can't possibly be suggesting this young shelter girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, cruel mistake. She thought if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace. Prosecutor Edgeworth.
If you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it just as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table...
Hold it!
No, don't say another word. Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be. Shoot. Edwards, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth, no more, no less. My theory is simply the result of rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did not. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened, and that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence. Right. Let's see. I can't think of any. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Wow, he said that. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. And now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. Right, just said, when has Wright ever said he doesn't have evidence, man? If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no further to prolong this trial. Edward's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Who's objecting? Oh, shit. Prosecutor Blackwell? This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell? What are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? $7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't you think you can alter that fact now? You're boundless. I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Now, of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. I went to the Cosmo Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes, but when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return, and then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling, in other words.
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be? She fell means she fell, merely that. A mother and a child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen.
There was no dead body either. Of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Panko described in her testimony? We should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Now, how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. She always had Panko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Panko moved a heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What's he saying? What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? You selfish. Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? Silence! Like a mistake that I made is what caused my mentor to be killed. Maybe. Something along those lines that he feels guilty. I can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. That's public nudity, and we can get thrown in jail for that, Gorilla. Athena, what are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voices of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Apollo will butt in soon, I think. Definitely. Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Pain. Dumbass, dog. Not being heard no matter how hard you try, feeling so helpless. He was probably my favorite killer so far. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vise. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. Yeah, you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks, that's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. Sage. This day has finally come, the day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I study psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then the only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what the truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. A chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena's being so brave confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine. But your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Come on, Simon, you fuck.
Got it!
Don't you have to do anymore. This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and haven't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Really that. Damn. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead? I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. Gah. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him, then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss. Aww.
Got it!
Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorry for Athena and her circumstances. He can't be talking about that, can he? My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But this is the story. Is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright, how you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell was lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claim sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? I knew this would happen. Word. Manipulator Blackwell, bruh. An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his motions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so, not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. What should I tackle first? Okay, let's present some evidence here. Got it, boss. But if you want to go back looking for inconsistent emotions, just let me know. I can easily switch back. Heard crying from the next door. Of course, I was worried. I hurried over to the lab and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. I don't think there's anything I can present here. Okay. This is a toughie, bruh. I'm trying, Gorilla. I'm trying, bruh. Oh my god. Did I even give me like a hint? Okay. No. What do I have for evidence? This one is a toughie. No, not again. Oh, you could be right. No happiness at the end. I'll try that. That's a good idea. That was a good idea, though. Not that. Not that. Alright, it's gotta be the evidence. Gotta be. This is a toughie, dog. They're crying from the next door. Of course, I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. They're crying from the next door. Of course, I was worried. I hurried over to the... But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
Objection!
Maybe I better look for inconsistent emotions instead. What the fuck's going on? Why is this so hard? Alright, process elimination time. Here we go, bruh. We're doing this. Thank God, there's no life on this, but there's a life on the fucking evidence, so I'm just gonna do this. What? Okay. I thought I did that one, but I guess I didn't. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. I thought I did that one. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena. But she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. Lies! Okay, see, that's a lie, because that would have been before, but clearly shown here it was after. That rickety old puppet wasn't worth of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening now. There's even more noises. It's back to 100. It's at 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will are really as sharp as strong as katana. Testimony, definitely. We already know what we're doing.
Objection!
So that one was easy. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damn me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain at the end of Paco's arm where it was severed with the katana? I hope you aren't claiming that it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then the victim must have been the victim's blood. That's right. But if that's the case, we've found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Panko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Panko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Panko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, you're a fat phony. Your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You have no idea what you're doing. Uh-oh. Yeah, his voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions in here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix writes, you will pay for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. I bet it was his sister. Oh, I bet it was his fucking sister. It's gotta be his sister. I thought Panko was the inconsistency too. No. Athena. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true, right, Donna? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright. My heart. Give me like an anime cutscene of this. That'd be fire. Damn it. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table with the bloody katana laying on the floor. And standing between the two, Jesus, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled with a far-off look in her eyes as she sweetly said, Jesus. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. That's what I saw, and now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. Jesus Christ. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth, and this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I try to take my mother apart? Uh-oh. Nah. What? So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspirations on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Seitz could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Oh, it's to block out the hearts. Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena. It's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your powers were much stronger than it is now. And those headphones was what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. That can't be true, then why would I have done something like that to someone who loved me so much? Her love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case. I put it in the case and held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute. Not Ponko! And I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet. It can't end like this.
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright? Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? Where's Apollo? Where's Apollo? Back where Ponko belongs. Hey, fuck you, buddy. W. Ponko. I killed my mother, that's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Psyche is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes the opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would please take the stand, Miss Sykes. She died from the katana. So yeah, her trying to disassemble her mother would have been after... It would have been post-mortem, as the kids would say. Yeah, there's no way she dug a katana into her mother's heart. She found where the heart was and dug it into her like that, bruh. 11? Come on, bro. Phoenix! This is easy work, dog. Easy. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright, and Prosecutor Blackwell for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena! Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the Dark Age of the Law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion. Nick's fucking up. God damn it, Nick. I killed my mother. That memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and the feeling of stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say, These are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument? Right! Say something! Apollo! Apollo!
Objection!
Okay, right? I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright? But Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless.
Objection!
Yeah, just keep saying objection, Doug. Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end, Athena. You are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on the matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Yeah, you bum. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. And those locks are still there. Where are all my emotes, bruh? There's still a chance. Somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still. That memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confessions? There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I could just tell. There was a problem with her confession. Please prove it to this court now. Has Meltdown been gone for a minute? What the fuck? Has to be her earring.
Take that!
Yeah, it's not the earring. Okay. Okay, my memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands and feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle. It was only on the blade, lady!
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right? Oh my! Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memory means? Gladly. Just give me a second to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think. What could the contradiction with Athena's memory made? Miss Sykes said the blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So, doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? What if she's remembering a different murder? The murder of Clay. Uh-oh, Julio. Uh-oh, Julio. What are you up to this time? Uh-oh, Julio. This is it. This time, I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana. That much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocence. A different weapon, you say? What exactly would that be? Right. Of course you would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? BRB? Alright, Gorilla. How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that's an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Was there something other than bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute. There is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have the particular weapon here in the evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. The knife.
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Tarrant case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Tarrant's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this are issued to Space Center employees. And a robotics lab especially would naturally have one of those around.
Objection!
But, besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Of course I knew that. What you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. But it didn't contain any blades. Here's a photo of its contents. But it's missing one. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design of these handles? Therefore, there was no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. What proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You're the last person in the world who should be criticized by aesthetic sense. Now, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see that. They do. What significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that theory of your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, bid. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools?
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The GYAT logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. And you're aware of GYAT is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the GYAT logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motifs it's got going. GYAT, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? GYAT. I think I see it now, but... Yes, which is tool shown in this photo. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot... GYAT! It would complete the GYAT logo. So it would? Then that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, I bet that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Or in the court. Order! Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a moment that Miss Sykes did use that utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put the blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. It does clear up the contradictions between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If in fact the murder weapon is a utility knife, then Faye has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution attempted to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright. By forcing us to forget the facts of this case. You know, remind you that you were the one. You were only two. That there were only two people in the lab at the time of murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife, as long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. PP small. Or PPL. Nice. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true. The suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Jesus. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if? Oh no, he's doing the what if thing. Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? Apollo's gonna come in and tell him he's fine. Come on, Apollo. No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving into doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. I concede the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must be what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. That means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? Someone else? A third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to concede there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then, how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know. This third person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The corporal could have covered their face and posed as to which person to avoid detection. Panko! If the culprit poses the victim, that would explain why Panko thought only she and Athena were there. All he had to do was take the advantage of Panko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Panko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat, too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it? The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Brain blast! That was fire. I love that. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to the hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Hedgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. Because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Panko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Panko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. Here we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Objection!
Yup. Fucking love this song, bro. Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statement, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? You make that pose all the time, regardless of the facts. Kalanko's strange malfunction. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Kalanko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to the eye patch. Like Mr. Ashworth said, a mask can nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the whole robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed... This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes... It's her mother's real color. But that's... Impossible! Phoenix, you bum! A mask. The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask. Yes, I remember a... Athena? What is it? Oh shit. She going ballistic, Doug. Break him! Break him! I remember a man with a mask. How could he... What did he do it to my mother? My head. Miss Sykes, are you alright? Uh-oh. Playing a scary game, right? You're playing a scary game. The Black Cyclops. Wait, I don't even like her. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was moited. Come on, give me like an anime scene, please. Ah, damn it. They're gone. Black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door and then... Uh-oh. It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face. But I knew it was her by her clothes. There was a man there. A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor! Go ahead, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes, but I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into his back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out. Murder, back of his hand. Does anybody have anything on the back of his hand? When I came to my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her. I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to. Oh my God! So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Oh my God! She was really trying to fix her. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. Jesus. You! Yo, bro, stop. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No. I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it's the one hanging on the wall of the lab. Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall? Well, it's kind of spooky, that mask. My mom used to tell me. That a no mask. No. Mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Syke has... You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell? This is not good. A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed? Who says it wasn't all just a dream in the little princess's groggy little head? Ugh, she's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Ooh! Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge. I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Menace was really the killer in disguise, right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have any evidence here? Do I have anything here in the evidence that can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m.? Estimated time of death between 1 and 3. It was at the crime scene 7 years ago. In a cart. Why is the cart so important?
Take that!
Shoot. I'm trying to think. Is it the capsule? Moonrock was stolen. The Hope capsule could be seen on the workbench. There are rolling cars for moving equipment. There's a theater mask on the wall. Okay, so it's the photos. The photos. It's at the theater. Okay, or not. My fault. Sorry. I thought it was that. Herm. Oh, is it this?
Take that!
Oh my god, it's so hot. I'm sweaty. Is it the videotape?
Take that!
Okay. This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back to around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There, please stop her right there. Just like you said, there's a man leaving the scene of the crime. How did nobody find that suspicious, Doug? Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. Jacket. I did. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes? Who could that be? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and the mask that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time. All to disguise the real time of death.
Objection!
Oh, here we go. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible there in the video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond the doubt that it belongs to the victim. The person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket. Then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Edgeworth's right. If the culprit was wearing the jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Defendant brought it back? Miss Sykes brought the jacket back to the lab.
Objection!
That's not it. It's not the victim, because the victim's fucking dead.
Yeah, what's good, Remy? We still playing Ace Defective? Hell yeah.
Lucky, these games are great, bro. I love Ace Attorney. I'm doing good, Bacon. How are you, bro? So the culprit simply returned to the robotics. Okay, but it.
Objection!
Contradiction resolved. Okay, so the victim. Okay, that doesn't make any sense to me.
Bro, she been dead.
Dr. Sykes must have brought it back to the lab herself. I'm afraid she would have had to come back from the dead.
Objection!
Wait, what?
Am I crazy? Good, that's good to hear. Nice. Yeah, how come if he was a good lawyer, wasn't breaking it down with an army of high school girls? True! Could have been an ace attorney.
And an ace ass kicker.
How you been, though, Remy?
It's been a minute, man. But in order to conceal the fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved.
Objection!
Except that would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body. And they claimed the jacket was there when they arrived. So, when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implications of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that.
I've been pretty good. I've been working on the content. My channel's doing well. 2 videos hit 11K and over 200 subs in the last 2 weeks. Oh, nice. Congrats. That's awesome.
It's one of the best feelings when a video really hits, bro.
I feel you. I've been good.
Just playing a lot of Ace Attorney. Elden Ring. I beat Elden Ring. So. What in the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If the person felt the need to hide his face with a theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth? Does this mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding?
YouTube. Coolio, I've been streaming on YouTube for so long, bro. I multi-stream. So I have a YouTube chat and then I have Twitch chat. What is the court?
Wait, what is the core all in shambles? Why?
In the first case of Dual Destinies, the courtroom was bombed. So, and now we're back to this courtroom because it was the only courtroom that was open. I would love to explain the entire game to you, but we'd be sitting here for 2 hours.
So, but yes, I beat Elden Ring.
And yes, the courtroom was bombed. It is true, boss. Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no need to further prolong. Not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. Wow, you have no life. You hated a 11-year-old girl to an 18-year-old girl. She's like in her 30s. Get a grip, bruh. Get a grip. But what do I do now? Can anyone tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackwell. How unlike you, Aura. Menace was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a coworker wasn't all that I wanted. Oh. Oh.
Court was bombed?
This was insane. Yeah. So pretty much this entire game has been a couple cases where just bombings.
It's just been straight bombings. So. That's the type of hater I'm trying to be.
That's crazy. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Alright, there's something I wanted to say. If you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on whose Metis murderer is. You do? Right, Dono. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket.
No, yeah, this guy, she makes a catchy look like a little kid.
The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him. His background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down. And then one day, a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? We're recording the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for a proper voice analysis. Yeah, I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely among his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit. So he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world do you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. The bird! I work to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld.
This music going kind of stupid. Will you be streaming the Tokyo Game Showcase? When is that?
When are they? If I'm off of work, yeah, I will. I work to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. Hold on, wait, the song kind of go in. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher. Became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? So that's why he could prosecute. Here, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight. The subject's emotions rarely fluctuate. He doesn't experience feelings like normal people do.
Interesting.
Judgment 3 would be fire. Or Yakuza Kiwami 3.
Anybody? 7th is Tokyo Game Show. 9th will be Xbox. So the 7th is Friday. That's good. I can do the Xbox Game Showcase then. And the 9th is a Sunday. Depending on when that is on the 9th, I should be able to do it. Need a Persona 6 announcement?
Hey, they put out the placement holder image for Persona 6.
So, anything's possible.
Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation? Huh? A spy who experiences no emotions. Not sadness, nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives. It set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom, indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdict and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever. Do what you want. Yeah, shut up, Aura. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over.
I'm sweating bullets over here.
Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Oh, Jesus Christ. You? Oh! What the hell, Apollo? Fuck you! Need a Persona X Yakuza crossover. Adachi and Yamai team up.
I would be so down for that.
For you, Akihiko outfit. If you don't know, Apollo is one of Phoenix Wright's other mentors. In this most recent case, or not even most recent, like the first case that we never got to finish because the court blew up, his best friend died. So he's been doing investigations on his own. And he hasn't shown his face for a while, but here he is, bro. Apollo? What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago, and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow the trial to end just yet. Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Wow, bruh. Wow, bruh. Wow, bruh. Cross-examining. Okay, so we're still on the trial, so we'll do it. What the fuck is going on, Ben? I got no clue. What's Apollo doing? Whew. It's hot in here, bruh. All right, hold on. Let me grab a water real quick. But we will continue. I mean, it's still in the trial, so we will go for as however long this trial goes for, because we still have to do the other case as well. So Apollo selling our shit. Trying to go later or what? I would love to, but I gotta work. No thanks, Gorilla. You're on your own, bruh. Hold up, I need some screen time. He's had more than enough. He had a whole game for himself. He's good. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. Oh. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. Well, this one isn't for the present case, you bum! What the hell? It's still not clear who killed Clay Tarrant. But Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Thank you! We still have the other trial for the other one, bruh. Hold your fucking horses. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask you a favor. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me, too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Yeah, and Athena lost her mother, dog, so, like, what's your point? Ugh. Okay, Apollo, you're making me mad, dog. Apollo? Sure. You know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. You see, man... Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Tarrant. It was made clear at the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Tarrant with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Tarrant's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Yes, I mean, Athena technically did. Oh, boy. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I better rearrange my evidence. Jesus Christ. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Tarrant. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launch pad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. What a that was a shit-ass testimony. This is what we did in the last case. We literally were gonna have the trial for Athena on the other case tomorrow. Dog, what's your problem? Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own coworker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. What did you find out over the past few days to make you think this?
Could strike by tomorrow, but this is outrageous. Apollo had a head injury. I don't think we should give Apollo any time. I'm not trying to hear him out. Neither am I, bruh.
You pissing me off, Apollo.
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes?
It all started with Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene.
But she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Tarrant. My bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise.
Is this motherfucker stupid?
Like, I'm being so honest, dog. Didn't we just figure out why? And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tales. Oh. There you go. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court, so I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tales. Interesting.
I say we jump Apollo for this nonsense. I'm so dead.
So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Tarrant. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too, so do it right now. So do it right now. I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about yet. If so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either, but Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tarrant.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. So what his bracelet is he has a couple of characters in this game have like these powers, like Athena. She can like read people's hearts and like their emotions. Apollo can see when somebody's lying from like a nervous twitch, and his bracelet acts up because it tightens on his wrist so he can feel it, and so he can see it. And then Phoenix has like that Magatama he got from Maya that can pretty much see like locks inside people's hearts. Some kind of. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo?
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there was a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Tarrant and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Tarrant's killer, or rather Miss Sykes, coming out of the Space Museum. Camera in boarding lounge 2. First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day. That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. If that's the case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. From the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. Why? That can't be. But if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the only way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. The asshole.
Hold it!
Believing your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend, and that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of the killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have really been struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again, Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my argument? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your fact appears to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspects but the defendant. Unless... Do you think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? Of course. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can clear up this doubt inside me. Aw. Wait. So this is what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena, I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me? Seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That is exactly what trials are about, wouldn't you agree? Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside of me. So I decided I need to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room in the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? Had to be the control room.
Take that!
Let's bro jump down the trash chute. This song is really good too.
Take that!
They really only could have escaped to the corridor of the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none of the defendant. No, I got like 5 tries, bro. Save's coming. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? The culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum. And I guess it's true, the only exit would have been into a boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the Boarding Lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped was the Space Museum corridor. I was thinking maybe, like, what if he's still in there? Bro's just been hiding out the entire time. That'd be crazy. Either that or they flipped them back again. I don't know. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to the draw, but Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if? What if Bro just went straight to the launch site? Wow. Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to a culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into the Boarding Lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly what the alternative escape route opened up for the culprit. Did Bro jump out? Did Bro jump? Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides a Boarding Lounge 2? Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides a Boarding Lounge 2? Did Bro just straight jump? Because they said there's no facial recognition lock. And this is the outside. I can only think if Bro just jumped. I think Bro might have just jumped. I don't know where to point for that, but I low-key think Bro just jumped.
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where the dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yet Bro just straight jumped. Fucking madman. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Oh, do you mean? Yep. While Space Museum was at Mosa, just beyond the corridor safety door, was an alternative place that the culprit could have used to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... Yeah, he just straight jumped. The area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane!
Objection!
Do you know how possible that would be? That corridor is level with the third floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap at the outside of the wall of the Space Center building, they would have fallen to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. The bombing incident, but after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was that exactly, Mr. Wright? This is what the... Oh, the ladder.
Take that!
An emergency ladder? There was an emergency ladder on the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosion to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to the ground level. To recall the ladder, launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. Choo! The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched, and that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly is an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes that put Swiss cheese to shame. All right, then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. All right, bro, gotta run and start. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors, the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. Basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But what if it's the Phantom? I was gonna say, that's
not that bad of a jump. Let's be honest here. I feel like a lot of us have made jumps like that, bro. Let's be honest with ourselves.
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew that they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. And then blended in with the other people after the museum was open. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And all in the brief moment that the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while jumping the corridor while moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or even if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. I didn't get to read that. Why do you always have to keep point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The corporal would have to be someone who feels no fear like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Ah, I've got it this time. I can prove that there was someone who could have used this as an alternate escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternate escape route.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. No, it's not. Doesn't feel fear. What? Right? You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could have easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap 50 feet up in the air. He should choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. But there was such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom? Again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing. I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. Mr. Wright, please continue. There were just too many similarities between this case and one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom.
This song goes in, bruh.
So then, this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain... Oh, shit. Doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladder in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain of which one it would be. So you mean... the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used. That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. No shot. No shot. No. No, no, no. No shot. No shot. No shot. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told by the detective leading the... Oh my god, bruh. No way. You've got to be kidding me. Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Oh my god. Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Jesus Christ. Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... Holy fuck. In a million years, I wouldn't have guessed this, bruh. What? Not Fulbright, bro? After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. That's our guy, Bendy? No way! His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Wait, but he shows so much emotion. Is that all a ploy, bruh? Is that all fake emotion, Fulbright, you fuck? Once everyone got out safely, I made my way down to and headed to the shelter. Wow. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion. He did go a bit overboard, a lot. He was very overboard.
Take that!
Holy fuck, bro. Holy fuck, bro. What? Are you saying Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route. Why would he have cover for Blackquill? I guess we'll find out. There's probably some like deep dark lie. Why did he kill Athena's mother? Well, they did say he was a spy. I don't know. Interesting. I think this case is far from over. He went to the lounge where he killed Clay Tarrant and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time to go for a running start. He's pretty, yeah, bro, he's probably gone. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it. I don't believe it. That addle-padded detective did all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought. Sorry I didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. Champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase, in justice we trust. Wow! What a fucking slogan, bruh. Now it makes more sense, bruh. He was making fun of the fucking court system, dog. That his concern for Simon was also just one big act? I sort of reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his motions and tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay. He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court, too. That scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it. How the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess and then the Detective Fulbright will take the stand. Wow, bruh. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If that wasn't for if it wasn't for everything you did, don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. Got it, boss. So he had to kill her because Blackwell was going for her, something like that, and then weird. I think Blackwell made up the whole thing of he wanted to kill her, because I don't know why he wanted to take the blame. Oh, because Athena, because he saw Athena, that's why. So he made up the whole story of wanting to kill her to cover for Athena. Apollo. Ugh. This is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Slap me as hard as you fucking can. What is it? Could you? Punch me, please? What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that... Ouch! Don't be such a dope. I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena, I really do. But what is faith without doubt? Okay. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how can I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Guess I know now who to call if I ever get into sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth! Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackwell surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others. Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. She gonna try... Oh, never mind. It's Blackwill. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. Oh, you're not the hero, though, lady. Bum. But I did come because I had something to say to all you. Miss Aura. She better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blacko, I wanted to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down. Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us, at least. Simon! Aura. Why is everybody cramped in this little area? I'm claustrophobic. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. It's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far, though you always were extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help. Psst! As close as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. What the fuck? I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish. Simon. Aww. Isn't that cute, bro? I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable, but it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right, and murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? Wow, those are heavy. Not gonna lie, Brody, I'm gonna give you those points back, bro, because I am sweating up a storm. How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will release slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwill, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me. Now can I? She's a defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence, and now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you could do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Take it off.
Right, because I'm fine now.
Damn. Do, 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 do. Let's go. He's still a dumbass, but let's go. Now this is the Apollo I know. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have some things well in hand. Yep, I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data recognition by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now if you'll excuse me. My man! Okay, you two all set to go?
Be cool. Maya came back.
Word.
Pearls is back.
We're one step.
Step closer to Maya being back. I'm still kind of mad at you, but welcome back.
You bet I am. Let's do this. Look at that, squad. Squad! This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. In the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. Tomorrow.
Over here, tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Fellas, I'm sorry. It's 9 o'clock. Wait! That's it, bro. I thought we were going to get a to be continued, but for some reason we didn't. Bro, I'm telling you right now, this shit's gonna be like 4 hours, dog. So I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. I'm sweating bullets, bro. Short stream on a cliffhanger is crazy. I'm not gonna lie, Sue. You gotta name me 2 characters that aren't the 3 main protagonists, dog. Okay. The window, bro. Guys, fellas. I gotta work tomorrow. I gotta work. I'm sorry, Maya. She's not in the game, bum. See, fucking idiot, dog. Anyways, you blue balling bitch. I'm sorry. I know I'm blue. I'm blue balling myself. You think I want to do this? No. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this at all. Look at me, bro. I'm sweating up a fucking storm. I don't give a damn. You just get your bum ass rest. Keep streaming. I wish, bro.
Keep streaming, 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 keep streaming.
I gotta be a responsible adult, bro. Demonic, I appreciate the resub. 41 months, bro. W's, man. I appreciate it. I gotta be a responsible adult. I'm getting off, bro. I'm getting off. But tomorrow, we will finish the last case of Dual Destinies, bro. I will do the special case. There is a special case. I will do that as well. But this is like the final main canon one. So, Fulbright, man. Really? Really? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. That's crazy, dog. But, yes, like I said, we will finish this tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern. As per usual, fellas. I will not be an hour late this time. I will see you all then, man. Oh my god. This series never fails to amaze me, dog. What a fucking game. But yeah, I appreciate y'all, man. I love y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow for the conclusion of Dual Destinies. This has been one of my favorite Ace Attorneys so far, for sure. I think. We'll see how it ends. But I appreciate y'all, man. I love y'all. We will see you guys tomorrow. I'm gonna go take a shower. Peace out, fellas.